Peggy 16. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing on this lovely Sunday? It's a Sunday. It's time for another stream with the one, the only, the cat that takes no time to spawn in because I never closed OBS last night. I'm back. And I had a lovely epiphany earlier today. Mere seconds even before stream was going to start properly. And I have to give massive credit, huge wankin' credit to the one, the lovely, the Brennan Wee Mulligan, actually, of all people. So I'm going to take a lot of time, actually, to do my best to kind of put you guys in the same headspace where I've been recently with, like, not only creative stuff and just making things in general and just how I've been feeling about a lot of different things. And yes, I've been working towards a bunch of projects, but there's always something kind of missing or something that doesn't click. There's always just something wrong. There's always just, and sometimes I even kind of wean myself out of projects at times. You guys saw that happen live, actually, the other day when we were working on the Vanguard comic, or the Paladin comic, where I was just doing sketches and I was turning over to line art, and I'm like, I'm not happy with this. I'm not digging this right now. And then on top of that, we had just finished talking about Stalinbacks, the guy that did Electric State. We had just finished talking about that, and I was really focused more on just like making something of like a lasting impression, something that would be, you know, inspirational or, you know, kind of more emotional rather. And as I was kind of looking at it, you know, it was coming across, and I'm gonna actually steal from BoJack Horseman a little bit here. I'm also going to change the music. Where Paladin, in the state that it was in, was kind of turning more into like a Xerox of a Xerox. If that, like, that's like a copied piece of paper to another copied piece of paper. Where, yes, you know, I am readapting the story that I told with Vanguard and trying to update it and make it better or change it. And all of these changes that I was making along the way weren't really fitting where this kind of narrative could come from. And sure, the pieces lined up. Sure, like plot points happened from one to another. And sure, they could be a little interesting at times, but it didn't have the same motive or the same weight as Vanguard initially did, and that largely has to do with changing Elise as a character and what she wanted, and even her motivations in general. Like, I was working within this new perception of having her eventually get with Silica. Like, that is the goal. The big goal is to have the two lesbians hold hand and like kiss each other lightly, you know, for audiences queer baiting sake, you know what I mean? And that's really where I wanted to go. That's really where I've wanted to be, actually, with a lot of my narratives, is I want Elise and Silica to be together. I want them to be like connected, and that's always been like a little bit of a struggle as well, is because of the amount of time it takes for these two characters to get to the point that they can be with each other and doing things together, because that's when they're really at their strongest. And I know for a lot of people who are very, you know, used to being around here, hi Barrakiel, also hi Badger, also hi Nura, hi Killa, hi Mandy, hi Void. I don't know if you guys are still here or not, but, you know, hi anyways. But trying to get them to be like, you guys who have been here for a while, I know that I mostly draw Elise. I only draw her usually. It's because she's my favorite character, of course, but the other part of her is actually Silica. Like, the two of them have to work together in order for their characters to really shine in any sort of meaningful sense. And that's usually, that comes largely from Vanguard back in the day. But Vanguard was very motivated by this kind of longing and this. Vanguard was focusedly written more specifically to be targeted at my own emotions and my own feelings of like wanting this specific person, that somebody that's like super important to my past, somebody who shaped me into a person that I am, and wanting to show them that I'm still here, showing them that I'm still alive, that I'm still doing things that I've like created and been around enough that my existence that they once thought was not worthwhile is worthwhile, that kind of thing, basically. And I was trying to spin that into a wider fantasy story. So that's where Ophelia becoming the goddess comes in. That's where Elise really dogmatically working really, 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 really hard to reunite with her, only for her to kind of finally meet this person that demands her to slow down a little bit, and gets to know her and really becomes that more positive relationship that takes her from the person that she was to the person that she's trying to be now, but her previous responsibilities and the things that she's done kind of haunt her. And that's where Vanguard was. That's what Vanguard used to be, which is a comic that you and most people probably haven't read. That's totally fine, but it's available to read on Webtoons. Hooray. Woohoo. But again, every time I revisit it, because it is my most successful piece of art, it is the longest running, it is the most like well thought out, sometimes it's a little some places, but I was 20, come on, give me some credit. I was taking it seriously. But Vanguard overall was really, really tight. But because of how tight it is, applying any amount of pressure to any location and trying to change any one thing, it doesn't work. It stops working pretty quick. Changing the magic system completely throws everything aside. Taking away Elise's motivation to reunite with Ophelia too early is it lacks that kind of weight. Changing even the opening storyline of the Baron and his wife and the feelings and the thoughts that he has about himself and his own position, changing any of that really fucks up everything, as I've come to realize. And that's kind of where I was starting to get a little bit of push on things. And not only just that, but old design choices that I made and old decisions that I made, they don't really line up the same way I would now, nor am I as motivated to work on something like that as I was when I was younger and had that deal with myself that I've talked about a couple of times. So trying to revisit Vanguard's always been a bit of an issue. And even more recently, even though we've gotten a lot of pages done, it's because the pages were good. And then once we kind of started weaning away from the good, I kind of lost it a little bit. And I was like, I want to do something else. Then, I kind of leaned back and I went, all right, what do I want to do? Where do I want her to go? What do I want? Yada, yada. And I came across that Eternal Ruins RPG game and I started working within that. And I was like, well, Made in Abyss is a really big inspiration for me. I know that it's a little creepy at times with the depictions of children and shit like that. I get it. I'm not into it for that. I just like the mystery. I'm sorry. But at the same time, working within that is very mystery dependent and it's not very personal. There's always something larger going on. I would have to work in a whole history of a location and all this shit. And I'm like, it's too much. I don't want to think about that a lot. And, then I have to think about, why is she there? What does she want to be doing there? Because, again, character motivations are very important. And I started just kind of thinking, and I'm like, all right, you know what? We'll have that be the setting. We'll have some grandiose fucking whatever. And we'll have a knight, attacker. And that's where the flail knight came from that you probably saw on the Discord. And I'm like, it's all right. Yeah, it's okay. I'm like, all right. And then I did some storyboards for it, and I was feeling very woo yesterday, so I didn't work on it at all. And I was like, okay, it's like, it's fine. It's okay. Like, yeah, I could animate it. It might take me like a month, turnaround time. We have like upcoming stuff coming up, whatever, yada, yada. And then because I didn't work on it yesterday, and because I played Expedition 33 yesterday, and we also got to Act 2 yesterday, and then honestly, like right after stream, I went right to bed. I laid right the fuck down. I actually have not left my room at all since like the morning yesterday. I have not left at all, because of shit. But I still haven't eaten either. I am very hungry, but tortured artist and all that shit. So this morning in my hunger induced, man, I'm fucking hungry, I started watching the Jeanette McCurdy interview for Last Meal. I've seen clips of Last Meal. I've seen like maybe half an episode of one, but I've never really been able to sit through them until it was Jeanette McCurdy, and I was like, oh shit, I love her. I loved her book. I actually just learned that she wrote another book, which is really cool. And it's more of a fiction story this time around, like a fiction nonfiction, where it's like, yeah, like one of those young adult novels kind of things, but it's not fantasy. It's like real. A not shit 13 Reasons Why, basically. And just hearing her talk about it. Oh shit! I smacked the fuck out of my keyboard. Hearing her talk about it. Hearing her talk about being a writer and even her past and all these other things, I was like, man, I'm just like really invested in this hour-long watching Jeanette McCurdy and Josh, whatever his last name is, just eating food together. This is awesome. I'm loving this. This is great. And I'm sat here and I'm like prepping for stream and I'm getting stuff ready. I'm talking to Badger about fucking Godbreakers the whole time I'm watching it. And then it ends, and I'm like, damn, that was really good. I want to watch more. So I watched the Brennan Lee Mulligan one, which I've watched all of like maybe 5 minutes of. I've seen like the intro, them kind of talking to each other a little bit, goofing off, whatever. And I didn't really pay too much attention to it the first time around, but I really gave it like a shot this time around. And Brennan said something that kind of hit me. And I started thinking about Expedition 33. I'm going to tell you what he said. Don't worry, I'm not skipping ahead. But I thought about Expedition 33 and I was like, huh. And then I thought about Vanguard and I went, huh. And then I thought about anything else that I've done and I'm like, huh. And that is, I have to write it down so I remember. The most important things to make a good fantasy story is you need swords, family, kissing, magic, and death. I just wrote it down for myself. That's why it took me a while to say that. Swords, family, kissing, magic, death. All of those things, and there's probably one I'm missing, honestly. But all of those kind of come together and they make like a good fantasy story. And I started thinking about that. I'm like, huh. Like if you replace kissing with romance, it's like, okay, death with tragedy, it's like, all right. Magic is magic, swords are swords, family is like, okay, all right. No, I'm getting this. And then I had another little epiphany after hearing that. I was like, I've had this before. I've had all of this before. I've done this before. And it wasn't Vanguard. It was after Vanguard, actually. It was a small little idea that if you guys have seen any of my films on the channel, you've probably actually seen without realizing it. Dullahan, as well as, let me find the other film. I want to remember the names properly. So the film Dullahan, not what I wanted to click. YouTube cooperate with me, please and thank. Scrolling all the way back and it won't load. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. So Dullahan to slay a worm, and I think Ibis a lot. Those 3 films were actually part of a different narrative than Vanguard. Yes, they still starred Elise at the time, of course, but those were part of this different structural narrative-y thing that I wrote specifically just to fit, like, the different films I was doing at the time. Because when I was in college, I couldn't do these overarching, huge narrative, big build-up scenes. I had to just kind of boil it down to, well, she's a bounty hunter. You know, that's kind of what she is. But of course, me being me, I can't just leave it at, oh, she's a bounty hunter. I have to give her, like, a backstory. I have to give her all this shit. I have to give the world a little bit of fluff. You know, I gotta poof that shit. And so what I had done is that I had just finished watching Game of Thrones at the time. And that was one of the songs I wanted to play. I wanted to play The Reigns of Castamere. But because of the other songs I wanted to play during pre-stream, I didn't. So imagine that I did. If you've never heard the Reigns of Castamere, it's a very, very good song, specifically about the conflict between the Lord of Castamere and I think it was Tywin Lannister, and how it was like, hey, you know, you gotta kind of give me like your loyalty, and the Lord of Castamere's like, fuck off, we're like the same. And then now Castamere is an empty, hollow shell of itself because Tywin Lannister just demolished it. Well, didn't demolish it, but like took it over and salted the land and all that shit. Which, again, at the time when I was in college, like, the Game of Thrones was like huge for me. Game of Thrones had long since been over. I didn't care for the later half of the seasons because, you know, obviously they get kind of shit and they forget it. Danny forgot about the Iron Fleet. Like, shut the fuck up. But the first like 4 to 5 seasons of that show were just like pure good fantasy, and I really, really liked it. I really loved watching it, and I would watch it while I was working, and it really like kind of worked itself into my work as well, where I had taken Elise as the Vanguard character and I changed her and I made her into, you know, I always try to think of like, okay, how can I make her like a veteran, but kind of like smack her down to level 1? How do I do that? How do I make a very strong character very weak? How do I go about doing that? And the way that I did that is that Elise is actually in this narrative, and I did a lot of things that, like, up until recently I kind of hate, because I try not to touch a lot of, I don't want to say tropes, but they are a little tropey. I try to avoid the princess angle. I don't want her to be a princess. I try to avoid nobility. I don't want her to be nobility. I try to avoid any kind of like family-driven revenge plots. I don't like doing those. They're all over the place, and they're all over the place because they work super well. I didn't want any kind of like, yeah, just like revenge plots in general, you know? I don't really want to do those. I don't really like those, just because they're a bit, for me, they're just a little bit trite. And sometimes they don't work super well. Sometimes they can get like super power fantasy-y, and other times it's very preachy as well, where it's like, I'm not gonna kill you because that would make me just the same as you. And it's like the cycle of like destruction and death and yada yada and blah blah blah. And I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with any of those questions. I don't care about any of that. I just want her to go fight a bunch of monsters and look hot doing it. That's all I really care about, you know? But what I did for this previous little structure that I called Houseless at the time, was Elise was in fact not a princess, very important, but she was nobility. Her family was the like noble family of like a kingdom to the north. And in a coup against her, kingdom, her whole family got slain except for her. She managed to escape, and she was just a little baby. And then she spent the next couple years of her life, like angry and frustrated and, revenge filled. And then she joins like the military, and she's part of the war effort, and she becomes like a really pinnacle captain because of how much she cares about this. And she's all working towards this goal of like reclaiming her family's like kingdom. And I'm saying all this in the sense of it being past tense, because this is all just her backstory, is her doing all of this. This isn't the story. This isn't where we start with her, having her kingdom be destroyed, a la like Final Fantasy 16. This has already happened, and it's gotten up to the point that she has reclaimed her kingdom. And she did her goal. She did the thing that she was set out to do. And then where the story actually picks up is where she's betrayed by the people that she helped. Not because they hate her, but because it's a gain for political power that they want her to basically act a certain way and do certain things. And she's like, no, you said I could, like, this is my home. You said I could be back here. Why are you trying to take this away from me? Why are you trying to turn me into something that I'm not at this point? And then all the characters that have respected her up to that point start souring towards her, leading up to her basically having a failed assassination attempt on her that she escapes from. And, she's basically sent back to square zero, where all of the work, all of the effort, everything that she's gained, everything that she was, is just lost in an instant again. And in escaping, she actually gets picked up by Silica. And that's where she comes in. And now Silica and her are safe in a distant village from where she used to live. And Elise is directionless. She's of course depressed because she just went through the same shit again after so much work. But for her, this is like the chance for a new beginning. If anything, she has finally let go of this revenge because she got it, but now she's also seeing the futility of revenge. She sees she's already gone through that. She's already done all that. She can move on. And that's kind of what she starts to do with Silica. And, like she starts just kind of existing in this life and using her prowess as a fighter over the years of fighting. She just becomes like a regular monster hunter. That's all she kind of does. And then the same thing kind of happens after that, where her enemies, who used to be her allies, who are now like taking over the entire country, she doesn't give a shit. She's not involved in that anymore. She's just living her normal civilian life at this point, just doing like regular adventure-y shit. But they start fucking with her. They go, no, if she's still around, we know how fucking crazy she was. We gotta stop her. That's not allowed. And so in trying to kill her again, they keep fucking with her, pissing her off, making her go off and do shit. I just smacked the fuck out of my microphone. I'm talking with my hands a lot here. And I sat on this. And then eventually at some point I went, I'm not gonna do that. We'll do something else. And then I think I moved over to I Want to Slay a Dragon, which was my wannabe animated film. Because all of that was just backstory. I didn't want to animate all that. I didn't want to work on that shit. I wanted to do something else. And then I did I Want to Slay a Dragon. And then that didn't really work out super well. And then I got the idea for Free Night, which is fake video game stuff. And then I did that. And I've been working everywhere and going all in these different directions. You guys have seen it. You guys have been here for a while. All the way up until today, where once again I heard Brennan Lee Mulligan Swords, family, kissing, magic, death. Kissing, magic, death. That should be a band title. That'd be a pretty sick, like, fantasy rock band. That'd be a pretty fucking sick ass name. And I went, huh. I think that solves all of my problems if I just do that. Hi, Pocket. I think if I genuinely think that if I... Also, hi, Doctress. I don't know if I said hi to you. I hope I said hi to you. I think if I just take Houseless's story and put it over into Paladin and then work with that, that works a lot better. Because, again, one of my big issues when it comes to writing Elise is trying to figure out her motivation. Like, why is she doing X? Why is she doing Y? And I think putting her in this state of she's already achieved the thing that she wanted to do, but it was fruitless, kind of makes the portrait that I did of her for the cover make a lot more sense. Like, that's why she looks so sad, is because, like, you know, that's her state right now. It makes sense that she would be a sad character because she's been betrayed twice. Oh, hi, Grandma Pocket, or Mama Pocket? I don't know, like, Grandmama Pocket? I don't know which one she would prefer. I'm gonna go with what you said, so Grandma Pocket. Hi, Grandma Pocket. And you're amazing. I'm doing heart hands, but you can't see it because I'm a cartoon cat. But it solves my problem with Elise's personality. It makes sense that she's sad. But it also makes sense that she's, like, a capable fighter because she's now a veteran of a war. Not only that, but she can have, like, a little bit of magic junk on the side because, again, she's already gone through the hero's journey at this point. And it can take, like, this kind of slower, budding romance kind of angle because Silica is the one who saves her. You know? It immediately puts them together. There's no waiting period. There's no time between bits. They're immediately together. And it also is the classic, it's a little bit of it, it's a little tropey. I'm gonna be honest, it's a little tropey, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta soak in the trope for something halfway decent to happen. But in Silica saving Elise, it is it's not cheap to keep someone alive. So now Silica's like, well, you kind of owe me for keeping you alive. You need to work this off a little bit. And I need you to do X and I need you to do Y and I need this and this and this. And then that kind of gives Elise like a couple of little baby trials. And then I can also write around those and make them somewhat like familiar or even like exploratory of her past or something. And just really give her this time to just breathe and kind of recollect herself. And then on top of that as well is that I really like having knights. I like drawing knights, okay? I'm sorry, I like my knights, but I feel like if I was just doing animations where I kind of like ham-fisted in like all these different kinds of like possessed knights, what's like the reason that she's fighting them? Why are these all here? Why are they all different but the same? Shit like that, you know? So instead of making them possessed knights, I'll just make them regular knights. And those are the people that are her opposition now. Is that she's no longer allied with that military, but these are all people who have a past with her now, which makes conflict with them a lot more interesting. and way more fun too, where like each individual like bickering can kind of come out of it. Different personalities show up, like and because it's a military as well, there could be all sorts of different knights all over the place. If I want her to fight a bunch of grunts, she can fight a bunch of grunts. If I want her to fight like some big scary magic captain, cool, I can do that too. Like, really anything goes at that point. And I'm sitting here and I'm just like, I like this. I don't like that I like this. And I'm digging it, I'm thinking about it, and I'm like patting it around in my head. You know, I'm playing fucking squash up in my brain, in my brain hole, and I'm like, this makes more sense than it does with Vanguard. Because this isn't a story about somebody striving for something like tangible or some kind of Greek tragedy of, well, my friend was taken away and I must reunite with them. It's instead a lot more. This is why I played Dragon Smasher at the end of pre-stream, by the way. It's a lot more Frieren, because it's at the end of what was already going to be the narrative. Because yeah, at the end of, the fantasy revenge story, the main character reclaims their kingdom and ushers in a brand new era of peace with their partner. And, they defeat the villain, and that's what happens in The Lion King. And it's like, that's already done. That's not the defeat of the Demon King. That's the overthrow of a tyrant, of a violent, evil tyrant. Only to be replaced a la fucking Hunger Games style. Thank you, Hunger Games. Also glad I'm watching that. Where both sides are shit. Just one side was like able to say enough right things to get Elise on their side. Elise does feel like. Also, it's like Alice but with a Y. But yeah, I'm like leaning back and I'm thinking about it. I'm like, no, this is good. This isn't shit. This is working well. I'm digging this. This is like good. And I'm thinking about how to like do the opening of it and like even the conversation-y bits, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm having my Vanguard moment. The moment that I had with Vanguard all the way back in the day, where I was like, nah, you're good. If you've only heard me say it, then yeah, it's Elise, but it's Alice. That's why I usually call her Al. But yeah, the more I just like sit back and I think about it, the more I'm like, this is working. This like works. And then like it doesn't have a preset anything. That's really important when it comes to like redoing Vanguard, is like there's no pretext that I have to catch up to. It's just new shit. I can just come up with new stuff. I don't have to copy anything I've already done. I'm not clawing my way back up a hill that I've already climbed before. It's a new experience. It's a new thing, not only for me but for you guys as well, even if you have read Vanguard, which is more befitting of a title change, honestly. And then I don't have to call it Vanguard anymore. I can just call it Paladin. And I like this Paladin angle because I've already come up with this thought. Again, very Frieren, very, very Frieren. Is that Elise, at this point in the narrative, after she pays off Silica, once she's done with her little trials, I want her to kind of have this moment of, I don't want to fight anymore. I want her to have like a Rurouni Kenshin moment. I want her to be like, I'm done fighting. And as a big symbol of her doing this, I want her to decide to bring her broken sword, the one that's in the cover that she fights with. I want her to bring her broken sword back to the person she got it from, who, because of Arthurian literature and because I love that shit, is actually the goddess of the lake, the lady of the lake, right? And so she has to journey back to the lake that she got it from. And she decides to go on this sort of like an actual pilgrimage. Like it's like a worldly pilgrimage. And she decides like, I'm going to go give this back. I don't want this anymore. I am not supposed to have this. This is meant for somebody who needs it. This sword is powerful. This sword is strong. That is why it was given to me. It's not for me anymore. I gotta go give it back. And so that starts like an actual journey at this point. And it's not a journey of revenge. It's not a journey of like anger or hatred or even survival. It's a journey of like self-actualization and discovery and all these things. And at this point, she's been with Silica so long that Silica is like, I'm going to come with you. And then the two of them get to travel with each other across the country to return the sword back to the Lady of the Lake. Only for things to not go as planned, of course. My baby girl is of course gonna have some shit go down. Of course, like, come on. You think she's just gonna have a happy little jaunt across the country? No, that's not gonna happen. There's gonna be monsters. There's gonna be murderers. There's gonna be knights getting in her way. There's gonna be so much shit. And the whole time, she's like, man, I really can't escape the shit that I've done. Huh, it doesn't matter how far I go. And then I'm gonna spoil it just a little bit. Because, you know, this is probably gonna take us a long fucking time. And who even knows if I'll get that far with this shit to begin with. I hope I do. That would be awesome. That'd be fucking great, wouldn't it? If I could actually, like, finish a project for once. But we get through this whole bit, this whole thing. And she finally returns to the Lady of the Lake, and she's like, hey, what's up? And the lady's like, what the fuck are you doing back here? And Elise is like, I want to give you back your sword. And the lady's like, no, that's yours. What'd you do to it? Why is it broken, you dumb bitch? And Lisa's like, no. I'm giving up fighting. I'm giving up this way of life. I don't need something like this anymore. Please take it back. And the lady's like, girl, do you know why I gave this to you? It's not because it's a strong fucking sword. No, it's a symbol, you dumb bitch. And it would like build up to this revelations that the Lady of the Lake didn't give her the sword in order to enact this revenge plot. It was more so to show her strength of like character and her will for justice and all of these things that rope back around to the title of the series, which is called Paladin. And how Elise, up until this moment, because, you know, it's a fucking god, like it kind of knows the shit that's going down, is like, girl, this whole time you've been standing up to an oppressive government that you once worked for under the lie and the guise that it was doing what you wanted it to. It democrated you right now. That's what happened. They told you what you wanted to hear, and then the second they got what they wanted out of you, they threw you to the side. That's not justice. That's not anything. And Elise is like, oh, shit. Okay. So this has all just been like a thinly veiled, like, metaphor for anti-government talking shit. And she's like, yeah, you dumb bitch. Go back out there and kill some government workers in Fortnite, in GTA RP, in GTA, where's my phone? In GTA RP, Fortnite, Minecraft, Hightail, in-game. I don't need my phone becoming a fucking IED over here. In Fortnite. Tell your Alexa also in Fortnite. In Fortnite, in game. But I'm again, this is how far that's went, and I'm like, that's like way farther than anything. This actually works out super well. This gives me a bunch of little bunch of little small stories, little baby things that I can do. Yeah, I don't hate it. Didn't I see the news? Which news? Which one? There's so many. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what channel. Lyle, wake up! They hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon! This fucking, hold on, I gotta play the sound clip.
When Angry Joe plays a game that shrieks, he transforms into Superman himself.
I think you were gonna say when he plays a game that stinks, he shrieks.
I probably was formulating something like that in my fucking tired brain, but I literally just woke up.
Yeah, I think we're all in a fatigued.
Oh yeah, no, this was a very last minute, short notice, late night rendezvous.
Chris ran into my room and started shaking me and said, Lyle, wake up! You gotta wake up, please!
Lyle, turn on the TV! They hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
I can't get up there.
Fuck!
Turn on TV, it doesn't matter what channel.
It's just that. But, so, after all this talking and shit, I hope you know, you guys are kind of on the same page with where I am on that. If you're coming in late, should have got here on time. I'll do a proper write-up because this one actually feels like something that I could like describe in actual like words. And much to some dismay, yes, Elise will remain an elf deer bunny thing. I'm kind of digging it, honestly. I think it's very cute. I think her sad little ears are very adorable. And I also think Silica as well will be a sad little, well, not sad, she'll be more chipper. The more chipper businesswoman, yes, I know, Badger, I know. But as well as that, I do think what I have to do, and this is why I played a lot of Dungeon Meshi music at the start of stream as well. Again, everything I played was like playing into my thought process, which is why I was like a little late to starting stream. I was kind of hype. Is I think I do want to introduce like a jackalope. Yes, she used to be a jackalope back in the day. I do want to introduce more generic fantasy races. I think Elise being just an elf, but having elves have like more animal like features and things is kind of cool. We're gonna have regular humans. Sorry, Parzival fans, he's no longer Wolf Boy. He is now regular human man, but he's more like Laios now, which I think makes more sense for him. And then for other characters as well, I kind of want them to kind of sit in these different like fantasy race, the very Dungeon Meshi fantasy race kind of angles. So half-foots, gnomes, kobolds, and what else is there? Well, tall men. I like calling them tall men, actually. It's very helpful for not just calling them humans. And then dwarves as well. Sadly, I would make Silica a dwarf, but I feel like her elf ears fit her better, along with just kind of being like the fox and the rabbit kind of pairing for Elise and Silica. I think that's always really cute, especially because one is orange, one is blue. They're complementary colors. That's why I want them to bang so bad already. Better be dwarves with mineral obsessions. Oh, of course. But I just have to come back to, and I'm going to flip it over here so that you guys can see with me. I have to come back to this doodle that I did, not the goth one, but this one specifically. Don't look at this. Don't look at this one. And then if we scroll over here, we see the gays holding hands, the girlfriends with a little smiley face. This Mad King. Oh, hey, look, I already did it! I already wrote it before. I just didn't realize I was writing it. Where they lick salt in the mountains like goats. I'm seeing it now. Elise and Silica have traveled to a dwarven stronghold, and they're weary travelers off the road, and the dwarves are like, we would love to treat you to a feast. And they're like, yes, please. And it's just a bunch of salt rocks on the table. And they all just start licking them like they're lollipops. And Elise and Silica are like, what? I could see it now. That's really funny. Like, of course they would eat rocks. Of course they would be like fucking Abigail from Stardew Valley, just eating rocks. Also over here, as you can see, Sword's family kissing magic death. Can I find that clip? Am I allowed to show that clip? What? Am I allowed? Brennan Lee Mulligan last meal. I want to find his...
On the highway.
I already... Dense food equals good food. First course. How often do you think about death? Cast a spell on a horse. Have you thought about...
Certain fact from fiction.
Have you thought about your last meal before?
Certain fact from fiction. Repel your spell. Oh no. We're going to be like screaming and like charging certain fact from fiction.
Have you thought about your last meal before?
I thought about my last meal so much that I deeply annoyed my wife.
About a whole day. How often do you think about death in general?
A lot. I think about death constantly.
Ah!
Has that been the case all the time?
I'm trying to find his quote.
An interview not too long ago for Rolling Stone, and 2 people came up in it.
Dude, it is crazy to me how like famous Brennan actually is. Like, to me, he's just the goofy DM and guy that they love to torture on Dropout like TV, you know? That's what he is to me. I did not realize he is literally like god tier fame. I did not realize.
That are deeply significant to me that I think about. My old philosophy professor, Tom Davis, he passed away in 2008. And I was also thinking about my friend T. Gray Bailando, who passed away a few years ago. So like in talking about that, I realized like, whenever I go to work, I have as company friends of mine, and a mentor of mine that is like...
Is this when he said it? I don't know when he said it.
I think, yeah, you do have to return to it a lot. There's these 5 pillars of fantasy stories.
There it is, right here. 5 pillars of fantasy stories.
That I've boiled down. I'm like, this is the 5 things that make stories good. It is swords, family, magic, kissing, and death.
Okay, I got the order wrong. Because it goes swords, family, magic, kissing, death. But I got the things right.
Yeah, I'd listen to that album, and I'd follow those tenets.
And the idea of death, of finality, of consequence, of it sort of is deeply related even to our sort of understanding of meaning.
Yeah.
It's not like I am dreading.
I also, again, I tried to apply that to Expedition 33, and I'm like, there is swords, there is magic, there is family, there is death, and I'm like, where's the kissing? Where does the kissing come from? And then I thought immediately, I'm like, oh, it's Gustav and Sophie. Shit. And then it's also Verso and Ciel as well. And I'm like, oh. Fuck. It has it. I mean, there's like a little, and there's also Oline and Renoir, which is like, I'm like, oh, shit, oh, okay.
Death, but I think about what it says about our life and the fact that we only understand ourselves.
This show is, this like, these interviews are so fucking deep, and really, really oddly emotional. And again, the one with Jeanette McCurdy was like the best that I've ever seen. Because it's so like casual for the two of them to be talking to each other, which I just adore. And I also love seeing Jeanette just be like happy. And I also love how much Josh avoided any iCarly questions at all. It was Like, she was introduced not as, you know her from her, you know, starring role in Nickelodeon. It's like, no, she was introduced as an author of like 2 books. And, you know, having a past as an actor, but that wasn't the biggest like sell of her character. It's that she's an author now. And it's like, yeah, that's who she is now. She's bigger than iCarly now. She's bigger than all of that. And none of the questions had to do with iCarly in the slightest. Most of them centered around her new book, which was really cool to see. And even though it doesn't sound like my kind of thing, I do want to read it. I do remember reading, because I'm pretty sure it came out when I was working at Barnes & Noble. I'm glad my mom died. When did that come out? That was, oh shit, no, I was way out of Barnes & Noble at that point. Holy shit, that came out in 2022. I remember reading a chunk of it at like an actual bookstore, but I guess it wasn't while I was working. That's all right. There's an implanted memory, I guess. But I also remember watching a bunch of breakdowns of her book as well, because that's easier for me to take in. Is somebody else explaining to me a book than actually reading the book myself. But yeah, just getting to see that was pretty great, and that's why I've kind of gotten turned on to these a little bit more. More so than Hot Ones. I used to watch Hot Ones a lot. But the gimmick kind of fell off for me a little bit. Also, I just like this guy, the big bald guy. I think he's pretty cool. And then these were the storyboards that I showed yesterday, that I was going to work with today, but in fact, we are going to work with something different. But just, nah, it's cool seeing that, you know. I like, I'm going to leave that open though. I'm going to close this. But yeah, just, I highly recommend them. If you haven't watched any of the whatever the fuck they're called, the last meals, I highly recommend them, especially if you like sit down and just like eat something. If I manage to get food later, if I somehow gain the confidence to want to go get food, we'll probably actually watch one while I eat, which I think would be really cool. If you guys are cool with that when we get there. But we gotta make a comic, guys. Let's pull out the pen, not the weed one, the regular one, and we'll turn on our tablet and we'll get to work. Like, I already have everything that I need in my head, in my brain, with kind of where I want things to go and what I kind of want to do. So yeah, let's dive into it. And I'll try my best to explain what it is I'm thinking and what I'm coming up with and what I'm drawing and what I'm showing. Which is this opening frame, which is going to be very, very thin. So it's not too long. But I want petal, 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 petal. Bunch of little petals. And blood. And also footprints. So little depressions in the snow. As this is snow. That's just our floor. The petals will also be blue. And then we're gonna get some lovely trees with these blue petals. And in the distance we shall see the walls of a castle. And the towers as well of a castle. A lot to say about the planets of Godbreakers. Go into depth about the interactables, monsters, and mini bosses of each planet. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Kind of want these like red, very stark red banners to come out of each of these towers. I want it to be so clear that this is like the demonstration of a battle. So like ripped banners even. And this sort of stillness. Like even though there's smoke rising in the distance, and even probably the light of fire, which is being left behind as we enter this blue forest, we get another wide shot here. Very, very wide. This sort of snowy clearing. And again, the same kind of bark of these trees. I really like forests. That's something that I've noticed a lot, is I like to set things in forests. I like trees. I like trees and I like castles. Really, really like drawing castles. Not so much like regular... I also like drawing like regular cityscapes though. Just this really big clearing of these trees. And I kind of want like Elise to be over here. For her to be leaning over this tree. Hand up against the tree. Very small. I want her to feel very, very small in this large forest. Really trying to sell this emotion like off the rip. And just not even in like regular like her dress outfit just yet. I want her to be in like a tabard kind of thing. I do want her sword on her belt. I want her sword on a belt. I feel like that's kind of important. She should have it with her. It is her sword. I don't want her to get it back from anybody. Or she'll just be this kind of dark little shadow over here with little tuppy footprints. Leading away from this center point, and then also just like trails of dripping blood. As once again she'll be kind of, I'll have her like be dressed in really light colors, and then like this really deep kind of running crimson as she is like covered in blood, because I think blood is cool. And I'll even have her hair kind of like stood up, like in that little ponytail kind of thing that she does. Again, that very Vanguard-esque kind of appearance for her. And there we go. Those are the first 3 panels of Paladin. Which I hope makes sense. But I will still explain it for those who would like to hear it. Who would like to hear it. So our opening shot here is obviously the blue petals that come from these trees, the footprints in the snow, and the blood as well. So immediately off the rip, you get that And the blood is red against white, so it stands out a lot. Hooray. Like, you know, congrats me. I'm so good at color theory, weehee. And then we'll instead see over here at this castle that is clearly in the distance away from where these footprints are headed, because these footprints are headed like kind of this way. So again, we're kind of getting that same through the trees kind of look. Also, once again, going left to right, this kind of motion, left to right, this kind of motion, left to right. See how that works? Even here, I'm thinking about it. And even though we start really close up against these footprints that we can see, you know, we pull back a little bit to show like this grander picture of everything that's happened, or the assumption of what's happened. And then we have her on her own, alone in a very dark forest, bleeding out, about to die. You know, she'll also have blue hair against a black back. Like the trees will have a very dark bark, so that they can, you know, she'll pop out a bit more. And her clothes will also be dark, which is why she kind of gets cut off around where the trees start and also where the ground starts too. And why there's like a little bit of distance here between there and there. Throw in some roots, why not? I like roots. I like roots in my trees. I feel like a lot of people don't draw their roots when it comes to trees. I like drawing roots. But, there you go. There's all your information and mystery at the same time. Is like, who is this character? What happened? Is like, there's clearly a battle that happened over here. Is that, like, is she a survivor? Did she live? Yada yada. Only for, you know, later down the line we kind of learn that this was her being betrayed, and she was actually on the winning side of the battle instead of the losing side. But it didn't matter. So there you go. And there's page 1. Very big, very detached as well. We don't really get to look at her very closely, at least in this first page, which I always like doing. I kind of have like this rule for myself when I do like introductory pages and things like that. Is I don't like starting with a character. I like pulling as far back as I can before getting closer to them, and then either sitting there or pulling back again. It's kind of how I like doing it. And it's usually just like filmography shit where I start with the establishing shot. It's like, okay, where are we? What's going on? What is happening? And then I kind of reveal like a little bit more as we keep going. Now this one I'm a little bit more unsure of, because there's a few different things I can do. I can start at her hip where it shows her sword in a little bit more detail, or I could have, you know, I kind of don't want her face to be shown. So I do think actually starting with her hip is probably the best idea. And we can get that from this kind of side angle. So we'll look at her from here. I fucked up the body a little bit. We'll kind of get this shape. Have one leg forward, one leg kind of back. She has her belt around like here, and then it goes down and swings around like that, and then her sword kind of goes like there, and then it can be attached up there. So like here. But this sword is very clearly like very regal because it's gold. Even the scabbard will kind of be important. And we'll wrap folds of this kind of tunic. Give her like a little bump on her chest. Not a huge bump. Just a little bump. And then I kind of want her hand to be like dragging behind her as she tries to keep moving forward. So I'm going to put her hand like there. And then I'm going to put like a tree, like the bark of the tree like here. And then, you know, just to kind of help frame it, I'll put another tree like here. And then all of this over here, this like, you know, more trees, more junk. We'll have her not be super dressed. She's clearly just like wearing a shirt. Because everything happened so quickly. She doesn't have time. She didn't like have time to get ready or anything. She was just kind of in regular clothes. And then also she'll be like cupping her stomach that is actively just pooling blood. This is a very recent wound. This is not closed, and this is very bad. And there's just blood all over her. And I even kind of want like some blood on the handle of her sword, kind of dripping a little bit. Yeah, she should in fact be dead at this point. I think that should wrap around like that. There we go. And then I'll kind of get this shot of her falling to like her knees, I think would be good. So, like that's a knee. And that's like her foot. So she goes like, doosh, and just blood all over. And then like her hand here to kind of show that she fell. Gotta get her sword in there, you know? We can clean that up later. And then I do want to return back to this shot. So I'm just gonna... That. Did I grab the... Did I do the wrong thing? I did. Grab this, move this down here. But instead of her being obviously up against the tree, now she fell over. Just gonna scoot her out of there. And then have her laying here. And she's dead. And then after just these 2 pages, we can have our title. We can do our title page. So, let's get to work. So, thinking of doing like a very light bluish gray for these imprints. I want to start using a lot more colored line art. I feel like I don't use enough of it. And then I'll also just kind of like a little bit of lining for the sides. Show that it kind of goes down. Same thing over here. Just kinda that. Kind of want like a little bit of something like a little darker around the inside, just to kind of show that it's depressed. Maybe I should go around the walls instead. Yeah, that looks good. There's also, because it tends to be actually in these videos that I watch, this like really dark blue hues that come out of these. Like these. I really, really like this kind of like white blue kind of color scheme. So I'm going to try and like grab that as best as I can. Trying to think of how I would go about doing that, really. It's such a deep whitish blue like that. Does that even look right? I don't know. I can't do color. Ooh. Multiply might be the move. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm just gonna rip this really quick. Oop. Save. Let's put this in pictures. Okay, that's good. Not back over here. This over here. pictures. Go find it. There we go. So there, I grabbed a screen grab of it. And now we're gonna try and just use this color scheme. I think is a good idea. Look how deep that blue is too. I want these like really, really light petals. Just trying to make them kind of like, you know, they're like a little deep into the snow. And I want like as not nauseatingly crimson blood as possible. Here you go for like dark and rich. Yeah. Trying to think of how to get more of a that kind of look to it. This. I really had to look here. It's very blurry. Actually take like as close to the light as possible. Kind of go over it the sides with like an airbrush. Maybe that'll help. Kind of making this smoky-ish haze. I'm gonna use the fluffy watercolor. I always like the texture on this brush. I like that. That's got like a little bit of a texture going on. It's also still kind of bright. It's not as dark. Here, mouse. It's going. All right, now we gotta draft this up a little bit more. So I really like how dark these trees are over here, but they're still not completely black. I want this like down here. Dye those in. That looks very good. And then I should have like an actual leaf texture. Put out in 2024. What did he make in 2024? I didn't know he made another game. That for later. This one. Oh, I love how that looks. Sorry that I'm like so soft spoken working on this. Maybe for some people it's like ideal. Here it is. Just gonna take this and I'm just gonna make it lighter. And I'm gonna go in. Just kind of color around it. Oh, I wanted under it. Under here. I mean, I guess maybe I should just like do it straight ahead instead of worrying about the trees. Just like draw the actual walls. And I kind of want the walls to be that color. All right, let's do. Again, there's that theme of walls. I always have a thing for walls. I don't know what my problem is. Just a little later. I'm surprised he doesn't go back to it. Surprised a glitch hasn't picked it up yet. Look, if glitch picked up game overs, I think there's a real chance that glitch could pick up Daystone. Not even joking. Like I don't think people realize that game overs started as this.
Hey kids, it's me, Gobbles, the Lernosaurus Rex. Yay! Do you know what time it is?
What time is it, Gobbles?
It's time for...
Like I grew up with this.
You'll never get away with this, Remington, or my name is...
And I forgot that I grew up with this, because I remember watching this.
On the contrary, I plan to do a lot of getting away.
Only for it to turn into... because of glitch.
Hey, Gobbles and Stegosaurus.
Look, it's Gobbles. It's the original Gobbles.
We collected all 6 of the missing vowels. Now all that's remaining left is to reunite them with the stolen captured consonants. Well, good luck. Tell me what a big dinosaur went!
I love that it's Schlatt.
If me can't read, nobody can. You missed a few letters, Crummuggin. You can't create words without vowels, Crummuggin. If you could read, you'd have known that. Look, the letters are trying to spell something.
Oh, no, wait! We're too late.
Can't wait, beefed it. Time to go.
Bongo Raptor!
Come on, Gobbles!
And the track is so hype.
Don't let them on the planet, correct?
If they find Caboodle first, I can't let that happen. I have to find him.
Let's go!
All right, we gotta kick this up a notch.
There are going to be
man.
so many people
So
unhealthily
useless,
obsessed
and we
with
gotta-
this. I am one of them.
You can spit fireballs.
I
You
will
think that was
actually be
big deal is.
like a hell of a boss slash fucking Vivzy Pop stan for this shit specifically. My God, Aaron and Ross, it's taken you guys long enough to make your own shit. It's the same thing with like Amazing Digital Circus. I legit didn't care until I recognized it was made by Gooseworks. The second I saw it was made by Gooseworks, I was like, I care now. Hell, even like Knights of Guinevere, I don't actually care too much about, even though I like Dana Terrence's stuff. I feel like it's a little too ham-fisted with the hatred of Disney, which I don't disagree with. I think it's very valid, but at the same time, it's like, okay. I also just feel like the pilot was very weak. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. But I think it's really cool that Aaron and Ross are finally like making something. A lot of people forget that Aaron used to be an animator. That was his whole bit. That's what he used to do. Also, hi, Forkson. I don't know if I said hi to you or not. Which makes sense considering that like Aaron's favorite game is in fact Mega Man, so. Kind of tracks, you know, a little bit. Pull up my ref picture again. Grab this sort of like wispy blue background. And then this sort of darker than that kind of back. Sort of smoke. top of these, I'll do like a kind of that. Grab this. Meant to do that on their own thing. Gonna just. Oh, where am I? I don't know how important it actually is to be doing this because they're all just going to be like the same-ish color. If anything, that's probably better on both ends. Where does that open up? Oh, I see. This, I'm gonna make it like a little darker. Then I'm gonna fill in back here. Ooh. Yeah. Just like that. Now, here and there throughout this, I'm just gonna add in like little. There it is. I really, really, really like this texture. Really just like sell this like canopy. Kind of like it without the blur. sort of like not airbrush. I'm thinking watercolor. That's it, but like thinner. Yeah. Just gonna go around the edges. Just like make it extra dark here in the back. Where did I do all the lines? I'm gonna blur them. I don't like how definitive they are. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yeah, I really like that. That's really nice. And I kind of need the same-ish haze just for back here. So under canopy, but over this, I'm gonna grab airbrush and just kind of go here to there, to here, to here, to there. Okay, yeah, I'm really digging this. We'll leave that one. Honestly, I could probably just do like a regular sized eraser. I need to pull up her picture. Here. Drawings. Pictures too. Here we go. Nice. Color F. Here we go. I do want her actual hair color to pop. Grab the color for her sword. If I was to like that. I'll just do... little footprints. I'm also going to change her hair. Because, yeah, I think that's a bit more befitting of the environment that we're in. Trying to keep the footprints okay. There we go. Makes her look a bunch small. I kind of want to take some of these and just start like with that. Where is it? Small down here. Sand brush. Water surface. Yeah, I think it's this. Kind of want to make it like a bit larger. Just to kind of have like, you know, falling leaves. And we just put all of this in front of black. Here it is. I just need this. I just don't like how little volume these trees kind of have. That's better. It's funny though, is technically to get this one to work, I have to keep this background white. Fuck it, I will take this color too. No, I can't actually. I can't change that. That's okay though. It's very quiet. It's very quiet and it's very cold. I like it. This is what people talk about when they talk about like peak bleed out spots. Like, I get it. I want to fix this arm. Hey, Raymond. not a fan of this arm. I'm gonna move this back a little bit. I don't like how close it is to the sword. A lot of effort has to go into the sword. This is very important. More Plock music. I mean, I liked the boss theme, but I haven't really listened to anything else. Maybe another time. Blade. Just blade. Blade. Blood. 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 Thank you, YouTube, for not demonetizing me for blood. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna make it like a little smaller. Clean it down there. And then we'll just grab the other page and slap that on down. I can do it. There we go. Gotta love struggling with lines. Ah, but the Warriors of Darkness are cool. Because they're what you are. It's why they're reflections of you. They're just heroes trying to save their world, and if that comes at the cost of yours, they don't really care. Is villainy not just a perception of who stands in whose way? And by extension, do you not do the very same thing that they do? Hey, Maniacal. Also, happy late birthday. I didn't see. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I would have said something. How does this work? So the top would have to be there. Kind of triangle out like that. Be a lot like this. Yeah, that, sure. Whatever. I never draw the sword from this angle, so I don't know how to draw it from there. It's whatever. It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shut up. Shut up. It's fine. It's a very large cube. Or I take my work very seriously. I will actually give her hands. There we go. So that's her hair. That's her top. Also just make it her scabbard for fun. We'll hop back over here. Don't want to change that. That. Isn't color theory really fun? She looks like she's a purple little smurf. But then I take it, and then we hop over here, and we just... Oh, other way around, actually. Does not even make it past the little tree line. Picture of a steak. Remember, kids, be lazy. I am gonna like actually pull from her regular colors though for this. It's gonna be a little redundant for her to be wearing like a blue top, but who cares? Just really hamming up the amount of shading that I'm using here. Hit us with it, mouse. Oh, very lamp mastery from Expedition 33, which we actually fought last night. I like it. I like the sound of that. Oh, it does sound pretty cool. I like that. Find where the line art is. Yeah, there it is. There we go. And then I just need the same wispiness. Where's her line art? There it is. Oh, oops. Let's see what I did. That was the line art. Trump. Her. Very soft, a little. Duplicate. Blur, 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 blur. Duplicate, combine, lower the opacity. Crump. I feel like that's like the sound that, you know, falling into snow would sound like, right? Like a little. Because snow is very like packed, so it makes like a kind of sound, you know? Like a little. You know, it's kind of crunchy. It's kind of, it rubs against itself a little bit. So it's got like a little, and then a little, because it's soft. I don't think it would have like a ch at the end, because then that's like too clicky, you know? Ch is very hard, is very soft. Onomatopoeia is fun. Here we go. We got 1 page and we got 2 page. And then that is where we get... Did I put it in here? I don't think I ever did. That's where we get this. We go this, we go this, we go this. All right, let's get both of the lesbians on screen. I think we might have to do like another page or two because we need to do one that's like set up. You know what? I have to wonder if I could use... Where am I going? If I could use this. Or at least something akin to this, I guess. Alright, well, first of all, I guess what I have to do before I even start drawing is I want to get Silica's like house understood. Let's do that. I'm looking up references. Ooh, I like this one. This is a very nice little cluttered, like cut in half little house. I like that. The fireplace is very important, I feel. Ooh, I like this one. It's a little too dark. It's a little dark. I kind of like this one's color palette a bit more. This is very tan, very warm. This one's very earthy and very kind of evil. So I'm gonna go with this one's color palette a bit more. Ooh, this kind of like exterior. Spadena House. Witch House of Beverly Hills, apparently. Anything more from this? Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I really like this one. Ooh, that's really cute. It's definitely like a little diorama. You can tell because of the oversized spoon and the fake shit on the plate and the plastic looking thingies. I like that. I'm liking this. She's just a little witch. Just a little vivitch. You know, she's living her best life. Ooh, this is a nice, like for the main room. That's kind of nice. I like that. I like these. I like these a lot. These are nice. All right, let's do like a little cutout. I'm gonna have to like expand this like crazy. Pocket would be proud. Just so I can move everything around and have a decent look at things while also giving myself enough space to really draw, kind of reference stuff. I kind of want to start on the inside. I feel like that's really important, is that, you know, as cool as the exterior should be, starting on the inside is very, very important. Yeah, Pocket. I'm working with a big canvas. I actually haven't seen the Vivitch. I watched a review of it, if anything, but I have not seen the film itself. Okay. Just gonna kind of work this out as best as we can. Should put this above everything else. Small. Put it over a little bit. Okay. So this should just be like the mainish room that Al is staying in. So I'm kind of thinking there's a bed here. There's a door here. Very high ceiling, but the ceiling kind of comes up to like one of these. So it kind of goes like that. With these sorts of boards that kind of take up all of this space up here. Yeah, kind of like that. The bed goes like here. I think there should be a window over here, and then like a taller up here window, kind of coming from here. And then like a dresser goes right there, and then like a bookshelf that goes like right here, and then like a little nightstand that goes right there, and like the back of the bed should be one of these. things. This under bit of the bed goes like that, like there. And like a nice little rug, too. Let's put a rug in there. Rugs are nice. Give a little expanse and then we'll draft down here. Yep. It's a very small, very cluttered little room. And we'll even put like a bucket over here in the corner. It's like an actual just like steel bucket. And like a little table with some junk on it. Some junk over here, like a book and like a little candle or something. And then I want the room to kind of be finished with this board around. So up here is white coming from here. And then like a little bench or something maybe. This is very much so like actually furnishing the house in Hightail, ironically. And then along the tops here, I kind of want like things. I want stuff. You know, like these little urns and things. Same over here, like little potion bottles of potions. And even like a shelf up here with some potions. Potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. Can't handle my potions, traveler. My potions are too strong for you. Just like some potions over here, and potions over there, and more potions and more potions. This would open this way. Put like a mat. Yeah, very cluttered. Little house. And we'll even throw in, for fun, a little candelabra. Candelabra, chandelier. Chandelier, candelabra. Whatever the fuck. And then this is just the guest room / attic. And this is basically here. This part. So actually, I don't think we should have a window up there. Or maybe we could have a window. I don't know. But that's pretty good. So from here, this is where Elise will be. And then we can kind of get some, maybe 2-ish establishing shots. So I'm thinking one of like this sort of corner here, but like from up. And then one from like the foot of the bed looking towards the window, I think is good. Or even we can go window over here and then again see like the bed. So I think that sounds like a good idea. We'll see how we make that work. So we're gonna go here, here, and then we'll probably be here with her like laying in bed and the covers pulled up over her. And then we'll have like an extra panel down here. To kind of show her like waking up. Groggy Bunny. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of her being like really tucked in. All right, so we want this window. So we'd probably do like edge of the bed, window there. Really old, kind of creaky-ish looking window. And an old, kind of creaky-ish looking, like, bed frame kind of thing. And then against this window, there's like a thing with a bunch of like little potions. And like a bushel of something or other, kind of like wrapped up over here. This sort of like wooden wall thing here. It's a very nice little bed frame, if I'm being entirely honest. I think it would actually be lower. So let me get that shot. And then we can have like more of her torso here. It's this like really big, floofy, comfy sort of blanket. And then that bookshelf that I was pointing out earlier that we saw over here will have a variety of things on it, and like books and things and potions and stuff. And then the door itself. Like another little table, right? Yeah. There's the bookshelf again. Alright, well now that we've done these, I want to see if I can find... Yeah. Yeah. And one more time. Let me go put on like some Freerin music or something. Chill. Freerin music. I made a mistake. Hi, Jaden. How's it going? I've been dead silent this whole time. I've been very locked in on doing backgrounds. I actually really like this one. Not bad, that's good. Well, I mean, that's not bad, but... could be bad, but is not bad. So then that's good. Theoretically. I feel that on not being able to get it right. I feel like a lot of the time my backgrounds are either hit or miss. More often misses for me. I don't think there's a regular artist around who likes doing backgrounds. It's usually background artists that like doing backgrounds, which is why they're background artists. Worked as intended. Ah, pocket, yes. Ah, one of the few among you. Okay, Bob Ross isn't so much a background artist as much as he is like a landscape painter. There is actually a big difference. But I do love Bob Ross, don't get me wrong. My mom actually used to watch his show. And she used to have some of the paintings that she did like alongside with the show. But they were in my grandmother's basement and probably are long since gone. I remember because I started watching him, and my mom's like, "Why are you watching Bob Ross?" It's like, because he's a good painter, and I like, you know, I want to learn how to do like forests and stuff. And she's like, "Oh, I used to watch his show," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah." Big bottles. Very large bottles. Right, this next one I have to like work backwards because I know how I want the page to end and how I want it to start. I just don't know how to do that in between. Better. See what I meant by I know how I want the page to end? The girlfriends, at long last, are in the same panel with each other. How long has it been? Answer, several years. Even the music agrees. Alright, this is gonna look more suggestive than it is. I'm prepping y'all for that. But it's just her opening the door with her butt. This shot, I want her to be like holding the tray. What's like some good breakfast food? Like a thing of pancakes. Like a little jar of syrup is probably good. Thing of like little sausages and maybe a little bacon. Like another plate in the back. Eggs is good too. Yeah. I'll make that. I'll point to it. Eggs. I don't know why I didn't think of eggs immediately. Just level out her ears a little bit. Oh, cat face. Okay, now we're into Made in Abyss music, so that's kind of hype. Hi, Digital Ghost. How's it going? Gotta really sell the poofiness of her hair. I don't like this one so much. feel like if I grab here, make this like a little smaller. I'll scoot her over here. Give like a little bit more room under here. I can get like a little slashy one. What? What do you mean 13 pages? What do you mean 13 pages? And of course you could ask a question digital, you're good. What do you, hold on, now I gotta know. Where is my Atlas video? Atlas Guide, Atlas Rules and Junk, Atlas Guide Video, Atlas Video Script 2. I think this is it. Badger, my Atlas video is only 9 pages long. Buddy, how are you formatting that? I'm scared. To be fair, mine's at like 11 Arial. How are you at 13 pages? How long was my Atlas video to begin with? I feel like it was long. Yeah, almost 30 minutes. Badger. Buddy. Hey, Jotaro. Also at 11 Arial, but to be fair, you also got a bunch of text that's like bigger than normal. Okay. Dude, 13 pages and you're not even done. What are you talking about? Do I just use Metabang Paint Pro or are they art? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Or do you mean other art programs? Because I mostly only use Metabang. Unless I want to do like animation, which obviously I need an animation software for. Creek. Send it over to me for review. Sure. And then I steal it and record it myself and make my own video. No, I wouldn't do... Oh my god, I would not do that. I hate even recording my own shit. Metabang might... Yes. I've been using it for the better part of like 10 years. Working on an impression of me? And was hoping that you could show... I mean, sure. And I swear to God, if it is like, hey guys, do you want to see my impression of John Travolta? Hey guys, I'm John Travolta. Hey guys, do you want to see my impression of Will Smith? Hey guys, I'm Will Smith. You guys want to see my impression of fucking Elon Musk? Hey, I'm a total piece of shit. Like that, yeah? That's my favorite party trick. That and being able to play guitar, but not knowing any of the main songs that people ask people that play guitar to play. Play Weezer. Don't know anything from them. I can do Blink 182. Play Green Day. I can't. I can give you obscure country music. What is this? I know what this is. Well, this is just a guy. No, it's too heavy. I want something more... Maybe just do more chill, freer music, honestly. That's short. That's way too short. That's way too short. This was just like an hour-long mix. This was top tier. You road escaping an animation because it's very specific. As you should. Everyone look upon Pocket. Oh, also... Hey, it's me, Sydney Belladonna. I'm Sydney Eater at it. Perfect. That's literally what I say all the time. Everybody look at Pocket. They're doing, like, history. They're doing animation history in real time. The first piece of animation of, like, modern sensibilities, not even going back to the caveman shit that I usually bring up, is actually the rapid photo taking of a horse running to see if it flies. All right, now I gotta have her say something like really embarrassing. Okay. Who knew that was gonna be such a long fucking thing to say? Time for my favorite part of the day. Breakfast with my unconscious girlfriend. Who is awake? That choked me up. Girlfriends, am I right? I really, really hope to my own capacity that I am able to hang on to that expression that she has on her face when I take this over to line art. Because that is the cutest expression I could imagine. Alright, let's see if I can maintain sizings here. Yeah, shit gets kind of tight. Same with Elise's too. Like her face is just. She's not even like going for her sword. She's not even like conscious enough to worry about what's going on. Well, have a good night, Jotaro. All right, I think just for simplicity's sake, we're going to start with here as well. I feel like I nailed that. Well, have a good night, Void. Yeah, I think I managed to hold on to the expression. Speaking of Pog, is this a new emote for our Discord? Possibly. Let me color it before we make it into a fucking emote. Saboath? To Sabbath? Black Sabbath. How's it going, Christian? No, I need like a different design for silicas. Maybe it can just stay simple. I feel like it doesn't squish as much as it needs to. A bit better. I think this is... You had holes in your shirt? Aha. I think mine has 1, 2, 4? 4 holes? Is that how that works? It's like putting a hole in a straw. Is a straw 2 holes or 1 hole? Who knows? And by that extension... Is the neckline of your shirt to your not shirt to the bottom of your shirt, like, is that 1 hole? Then what do you call the armholes? Are those 2 separate holes, or are those also just like the same hole? I don't... Butterscotch, I didn't need that information, but thank you. Ugh, the floof. You gotta love the floof. Honestly, I'm just gonna hide that hand. I don't want to draw it again. What the fuck was that, Badger? Uh-huh, sure. I do it? Not there. Not there. Not there. Here. Very tall, very close to the lock. Okay. Let me take a wild. Oh no. Just made a good random sketch and it looks really good. You're gonna fully complete it and then I can critique it. Oh boy, I can't wait to rip it apart for you. I'm joking, I wouldn't do that. Who's messaging me? I don't know if I want to give them tails or not. I mean, I don't think I gave her one in the opening, but it's not like you would really see it. Oh, it would have been back here, huh? No tails, sadly. Some can have tails. Not everybody will have tails, though. What is turning out so cute? What are you managing? You got me excited. I thought you were talking about my fucking thing. It's like, hell yeah, the lesbians finally being together are cute. What are you talking about? I am gonna have to, like, take a second in a minute. Not, like, stepping away, take a second, but, like, we're gonna have to get boring for a minute, and I'm gonna have to, like, write up dialogue. So, y'all have to bear with me while I do that. Sure, Pocket. Yeah, sure. Alright, now I have to draw, like, halfway decent looking food. while I am hungry. Gee, this is even worse. Oh, I think that's supposed to be butter. I think that's like, I'm trying to draw that as like her braid. Yeah, it's like fantasy based. Crack that across. Yeah, that's good. Also give her nails too. feel like this panel was like a lot. Or not this panel, but this page specifically. Give me 1 second. I gotta check something. I do! Ah! Ha ha! No one else is gonna care. I kinda care. Oh, shit. Oh? Okay. Aha! Is that gonna work okay? I don't know if that'll work okay. Never mind. I wanted to double check to see if I had Clip Studio Paint, which I do. Yeah, get out of here. Go and get. But I would know what previous works I had been working on in that software because it's been a few years since I've used it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Badger gets it. What am I downloading right now? I just wanted whatever this is. Do you think it has like dedicated? What is this? What the fuck is this? Tone, gradation, eerie. Sand? Ew. Tile? Oh, it's like comic tones. That's what these are. Ooh. Oh, it's like hard to look at. not what I wanted, because I wanted speech bubble. Oop, get rid of that. But I can put items. Hmm. Problems for later. Right now, let me get finished coloring all this. I'll put on a different song in a second. Relax. I know I said I'd put another song on, but I want to listen to it again. It's very catchy. Well, that's nice of them. I'm glad. Tell them I say thank you. What do you mean you're stuck in the wrong dimension? Like on our server? You logged out in the Forgotten Temple because you logged back in. You were in the ground in a different dimension. Oh. I can fix that. Give me a second. Can you log in? I should have asked before I logged in myself. I don't know why I can't see my mouse, but okay. No. I mean, it might be, but it's... I forgot to delete the world thing again. Man, it's been a while since I played. This feels weird. Just let me know when you sign on. And then I can TP you over to me. Gotta open the thingy though. Alright, I'm gonna change the music. There you go. Okay, I see you. There you go. I'll make sure you actually load in. Okay. Well, I still have to delete the old dimension that people are getting sent to. Once I do that, it should be fixed. No, I'm gonna get rid of it, so it doesn't matter what we call it. now I'm actually, like I said, going to change the music. I'm gonna put on relaxing dungeon meshy music. See if that happens. Got an hour and 30 minutes of it. Oh, this is supposed to be relaxing music. This is fucking scary. Yeah. Hold on, I have to get creative with finding Actually, I can just use this. Befitting, because we're making food. Pretty sure that was the siren song that Laios sings. Badger, why is it 15? Everything you could and wanted to say about Godbreakers. Alrighty. Hey, power to you. That's the wrong one. That's technically the right one. Just need her eyes. Oh, you're actually running with that? Nice. I mean, genuinely power to you. Like, hell yeah. Two playthroughs of the game, which I assume is going to be how much footage you're going to need. Yeah. Okay, as cool as that looked, that's not really what I want. Sounds good, Badge. I know why that looks really weird. Magnifique. I think that's pretty much everything. Besides backgrounds, obviously. Don't you just want to keep her safe? Don't you just want, like, no harm to befall her at all? I think that's plenty of motivation. I think Elise has all the motivation she needs for a hot while. And then I gotta do this, and then I gotta do that. Why do I care? Too big. There we go. YouTube doesn't like me playing this music anymore. All right, YouTube. I'm sorry. Here, I'll play some normal stuff. How about that? Okay, I'm kind of digging the thicker speech bubbles. Pocket's very happy with something. Ah, haha! You think I didn't see you? I did. Okay, this is a very fun page. I think it's very deserving after a very cold intro pages into a very warm actual pages. We have 4 pages done. Think we can go for 5? I think we can go for 5. Okay, stretchy hands. Gotta stretch your paws, you know? Ooh. Yeah. They're definitely a little a little stiff. All right. New. Here we go. Okay. But I gotta kind of like meet out the way that they're gonna talk to each other. So we're gonna take a boring document break. Okay. And you guys get to see me work in a fucking Google Doc. Apparently a thing that, like, creatives hate. Alright. Stretchy. Shisha. Spontaneous, but no, that's what she actually says. It plays into her character. Don't you worry. I got this. Okay. Elise will open by going like Are you? How long have I been out? And then like and then I'll put like side panel girlfriend. What am I looking at? Ooh. I like how you did the shading to show which leg is like in the foreground and the background. I like that. What are you animating on? Are you doing 2s or are you doing 4s? Because it's looking a little choppy. I feel like if you brought it down like if you lowered the exposure, it would actually like move a lot smoother, even with how much you've done. On my hand. No. Like, what's the exposure? Pocket. Yeah, even in GIF Maker, you still have to do the exposure. How many frames per second? What is your FPS and exposure time? Actually, can I? I should be able to, actually. You don't know? Well, let's find out. Here. Default. Lovely Pocket. Love to see it. Here, let's find out for your sake. I think I saved it to shit. Where did I save that to? Did I save it to pictures? Here it is. Properties. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you are on 5s, actually. If you knock that down to 3s. Let's see that. That's pretty good. I bet if we knock it down to 2s, it'll look even better. How about now? Alright, it's a little faster. Yeah, 3s I think are your best bet. Like, that looks really good. Like, Pocket, you did a good job on this. I know you rotoscoped it, so technically you're cheating just a tiny little bit. But, like, who gives a shit, you know? But, like, that moves pretty well, especially on 3s, which is actually a full second, a full 24 frames. So this is a really good loop that you did. No, Pocket, you did a really good job. James Baxter would be proud. Especially just in the musculature. I know a lot of people have a hard time drawing like the musculature of horses. Yeah, you did a good job. Eight drawing, 2 for each leg. Yup. Sounds about right. For about 3 months. Put that on a 3-month timer. What if I make a meme and it's like, you're so close to death's door, not even my strongest potions would help. It's such a genuine line of like, not even my strongest potions would help, but also because in my brain I go, not even my strongest potions, traveler. And how'd you end up so close to death's door? Not even my strongest potion eased you. That is a weird mouthful. Hold on, I gotta find it. How did I say it? Cultier? I remember how to say it. I forget how to look at it with my eyes. Cultier. 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 Yeah. Coeltier. And I was a part of the battle for Cultier. Big castle town up north. Taken over by the Empire. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember seeing the smoke when I was... I always appreciate it. Okay. Dying and crazed murderer. Who the first chance I got. What if I was a violent, crazed murderer who the first chance I got would try to kill you? Wouldn't exactly be a good witch. Summoner who is actively fighting and using their summons like weapons. Oh, yeah, Elise, yeah. Wouldn't exactly be a good witch if I just left people to die in wartime. In the snow. And even if you were a dangerous stabber, I'm just gonna be like, Elise chuckles. Elise giggles. She'll laugh at what Silica just said. Immediate friends. We want them to be immediately friends. We want them to just get along with each other. After you pay me back, what are you gonna do? Excuse me. Wait, huh? This also isn't just one page. I hope people realize this is like the full length of their conversation. I'm thinking maybe we could get down to like here in one page and then like here in another page. Guest room, potions, bandages. Exertion. Mana exertion. Food. 24/7 care. Even clothes. Yours were ripped to bits. I got you some new ones. Were expensive. Yours were ripped to bits. I got you some new ones. They weren't exactly easy to get. No. But yeah, close. And she'll be like, how much do I owe? I guess it's fair. $10,000 reals. That's the cost of a small army. Or even with money. With my regular duties in town. I'll have her, like, sit in silence for a sec. Unless... And then I'll have her do like a little wispy wisp with her hands. Leaves her hands and food tray, like rewinds time. And she catches it. At the foot of the bed. You can have it. Okay. No, I'm gonna hold back on the like thank you for everything until they've like had a bit of time to like be with each other. A few makeup kits if you're that kind of gal, just for funsies. Just so she can have her wings for like the rest of the everything. I kind of need her to have those because they're cute and make her look sweeter. And then Silica gets up to leave. Elise getting dressed. Montage. Smile. Figure the rest out later, loser. Smile again. Here we go. Page and a half. Not bad. I can work with that. This is actually very similar to how I used to do it with Vanguard, oddly enough. All right, we can probably get... from, like, here, maybe? Let's see. I do want to put back on free run music, though. So we go from here to like here, get like this much. Bringing back the classic Vanguard little fucking face. And get like a big shot right here. The bed. What did I have her say? Forgot to pro up my pen. Um, we can do like the not at all, I appreciate it. Little like side mouth, like, I think. Maybe noticing that I'm trying to not just do shot, reverse shot, shot, reverse shot, shot, reverse shot. I think I want to leave that as it is, actually. Let me make sure that I can fit everything in here. Who are you and how long have I been out? Also, girlfriend? Will actually twist this like that. I feel like I could move this over, and move this over, and then also just like move her into a better shot for the frame, like right there. italicize it. And then I'll move this one over a little bit more so it's like a little more off to the side. So it can be like right there. Big blob of words. Not even my strongest potions. Who are you? Also a girlfriend? Yeah. I'm in silica, and you've been unconscious for 3 months. When I first found you in here, I had never left your side. My clients joked we were, started making the joke myself. Didn't mean anything creepy by it. She's like, no worries, not the creepiest thing I've ever heard. I appreciate the help, I think. So what about you? What's your name? And how'd you end up so close to death's door? Nothing my strongest potions could help. Yeah. Good, that flows pretty, yeah. I think that is okay. And they just get to be on screen together. Like, the lesbians are finally together. It's crazy. No U-Haul needed. They're already together. I am really happy with this page. This page is really great. let's get to cleaning everybody up a little bit. Kind of want her to be like a little bit more. There we go. Made her look more like Elise than Silica. Oopsies. She's so fluffy. Alright, give me a second. I gotta like stand up for a sec. I've been sitting all day. literally woke up, sat down, have not gotten up since. So, you know, that's how it be. I've also been at it for 8 hours, so hey, you know what? 5 pages, 8 hours. That's like an 8-hour workday. That's not bad. That's not bad. We also got the full conversation down, which is good. Yeah. Doing like stretchies. Up. 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 No, not at all. And considering usually I lose steam for working on a comic around like 2 hours in, and I'm like, that's 2 hours, let's go play a video game. This entire stream has just been art. So, yeah. I feel pretty good about this. And I just like drawing them. They're like, I think that's been my issue for a while now, is that I like how much build-up I know it's going to take to get to the good bit. We're already at the good bit. The good bit is them talking to each other. So I do have some news about tomorrow. There's probably not going to be a main time stream, but there might be an after hours stream. So my brother is apparently coming up here to Boston for his union interview. So he'll be in the area tomorrow, and he offered to come and like say hey and like see the apartment and everything. And I told him that's a cool idea because, you know, I miss my brother. I haven't seen him in forever. Well, not since our last family function, which was before the move. And he also hasn't been up here. So I'll be seeing him tomorrow. I don't know what time. I don't know when he's coming by. So my plan is, you know, poor kid probably doesn't want to stick up here for too long. But you know, we might go get food, we might go do something, I don't know. Really up to him, whatever he wants to do, whatever time he's actually up here. I'll have to ask him. But if he leaves and it's like still early enough in the day that I can get like an after hour stream out, then we'll probably do that. What we would do during after hours, I don't know. I don't know if we'll continue working on this or if we'll take a small break from art just so I can recuperate, because Tuesday is when I'm going to get started doing all the prizes, not prizes, all the rewards for our previous donation, you know, event thing that we did, which is, we have another one going on. I feel the need to share this. We have another one going on right now. And once again, Hollowed, was an absolute fucking Chad with I don't know how much he has this much money. But he sent another 1,000, so we have broken once again the fucking like barrier for stretch goals. So that means pretty much anybody that donates anything over the course of this entire month, the entire month of February, by the way. This entire month, starting from obviously today until like the 30th or the 28th. February only goes to the 28th, right? Yeah, it does. So from now until the 28th, anybody that donates literally anything gets a free full body commission due to be delivered sometime in March. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty good deal for both of us. So give me your money. And play Godbreakers with you. I mean, we could to help you get like some footage for your thing. Especially like co-op footage. Like I wouldn't be entirely against it, and it's going to be an after hours anyway, so it's not like it's main content. And it's not like we would have to do it the whole time either. So if you would want that, sure. Yeah, if it helps, sure. And then yeah, I can look at your script for tomorrow and give you any bumps and beats. I'm scared to read 15 pages, though, if I'm being entirely honest with you. But if you said if you said everything that you want to say, right on. Well, I'm gonna do them in spurts, Mouse. So I can wait till you're like around for me to do yours. I don't mind. Realistically, we're probably just gonna be doing a lot of art for the next while, so it's not gonna be too disarming to suddenly like swap over and do a commission or something. No, you're good. You're fine. You know what I might do for you guys too? I wonder if I can do it. We might have to set up the overlay a little bit differently, but I did see if I can pull it up. I don't think I deleted it. No, I kept it. But is that the one that I want? Hold on. So a while back, I did the commission that I owed Type like forever ago, and I actually recorded myself working on it and turned it into like a speed paint, but I never uploaded it or anything. But here it is, because I don't think I ever showed it. I thought it came out pretty good. I also just know Type's music taste, so. It was based off the Roblox character, so that's why the face is the way it is. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, I think it would be cool if I could do that for like everybody's. I'd have to record a very specific way and crop the video as well, but I feel like I could do that. I feel like that would also be nice for everyone to see like the process being done over time. And then always be able to revisit it without having to hop back into the stream. And then I could upload it and say, hey guys, this is stuff that I've done for people that donated. You can donate too and get things. Yes! Also, I kind of already have like a scene idea in my head for Elise doing like work and things. I kind of want her to be like really fucking strong. And I want Silica to be like, hey, you know, take it easy. Your body's been, you know, comatose for a while, so you're probably not going to be like able to move around the same way as you were before. Only for her to be like doing Himmel level shit. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Himmel, but like, a bucko. Oh boy. Can I find like can I just like find clips of Himmel being awesome?
I couldn't beat him.
You
Oh, that's in the Himmel fight scene, sure.
Gross.
Himmel shit, man. Himmel's just a good dude. And most of these are just stills. Can we find Himmel season 2? Season 2, episode 3. I haven't watched season 3 yet. I mean, season 2. Can I? Probably not, huh? No one's uploaded that clip yet. Stark does what? Let's go on a date! There's no way. I gotta watch season 2. I gotta watch season 2. I don't even know how far in the manga I actually am. Probably not far at all. I don't know where I think it's on my performative bookshelf that's behind me that I can't even like get to because there's a bunch of boxes. We have to first finish Stranger Things. Then we have to finish Berserk. And then we can probably watch Frieren in the Discord. I think that would be pretty great. I think Frieren is awesome. I mean, it's obviously been a huge inspiration for me as of late. Just trying to get back into, like, regular high fantasy. Same with Dungeon Meshi. But we already finished watching Dungeon Meshi, which is awesome. Have a good night, Mouse, and good luck with the physics assignment. Big stretch. Big stretch. Big ol' stretch. Big ol' stretch. One more panel. Have a good night, Badger. See you hopefully tomorrow. If I end up streaming. Okay. Color time. Well. Gotta make sure none of my line art is like bleeding out. Hey, Hollowed. We're coming in towards the tail end. So, yeah, we've got a lot of shit done today. Looking like 5 pages or so. And the source is Brennan Lee Mulligan. I watched his, Last Meal episode earlier today. And he brought up, like, the 5 pillars of fantasy writing. Which, albeit, I've never heard of before, but after hearing it, I went, "Oh no, I've nailed that. Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah." Where it's swords. The 5 things that you need for a fantasy story is swords, family, magic, kissing, death. Those 5 things. And you know, I've been kind of here and there with different comic ideas and stuff like that. And I realized I've actually been sitting on an idea from back when I was in college that actually does all of those things, solves every single one of my problems, and isn't like tied to anything else. So it's not like I have to make a bunch of references or change a bunch of narrative junk like I was trying to do with Vanguard. So Paladin is reborn as its own thing, based off of a previous idea called Houseless. And we are immediately jumping into the girlfriends finally being in the same panel with each other, talking to each other, and I haven't slowed down at all. And I'm pretty happy. Especially with all the work that I've gotten done today. No, bring that back. Not that back. This back. Larger. That looks good. Doesn't work at all angles, it just works at a few angles. Doing this like little halo thing for her hair. But I like doing it. It makes highlighting her hair like a lot easier. Again, it's very finicky to get right. So if you've never seen Last Meal, I highly recommend them. The one that got me like really hooked on it was the Jeanette McCurdy one that just came out. Last Meals. These, you've probably seen clips of them, but they get like celebrities, like internet celebrities or actual celebrities in the case of like Macaulay Culkin, and they get like their last meal, like what they would want to eat before they die, and then they have like a really nice sit down and just like conversation with the host. It's a lot like Hot Ones, except instead of it being like a challenge video, it's a lot more introspective. And it's really, really, really cool, and it's really awesome to hear them talk. They got Matt Mercer somewhere. Oh, they got Neil deGrasse Tyson. I wanted to watch that one. They got Ed Sheeran of all fucking people. But yeah, they've got a bunch of people on here. And where's Brennan's? Maybe I already passed it. Oh, they got Joe Jonas. And they got Ralph Macchio. And I've seen like a little bit of Finn Wolfhard's, yeah. I think it was before that with... God, they've done a lot now. Jimmy O Yang, that's crazy. Alan Tudyk is... That's especially... Oh, they also got, Gayton from Stranger Things and Sergey from, System of a Down. Yeah, no, they're really, really cool to watch through. And especially, if you've read or know anything about Jeanette McCurdy's, like, book, I'm Glad My Mom Died, I highly recommend watching hers. This one was really, really good. And it's crazy to see her after all of these years just like happy and like healthy. Oh, they are. No, they're absolutely podcasts with like a loose connective tissue, which is them eating food. But no, they're fantastic to watch through. And the host Josh is just so good. So fucking good at his job. You can really tell that he like actually like pays attention and looks into things for each guest. It's really, really cool. But Brennan's is the one that kind of got me onto the little epiphany train. And I went, oh, I can work with that. And that's what I've been doing since. At least today. Really, all I needed was just some kind of excuse to get the girls in the same room with each other. It's always the intent to get them to talk. It's always never happens because I always lose track. No, you're right. No, they haven't in years, actually. I don't think they've been in the same room together since my failed film, actually. If I'm thinking about it right. The one that I was doing for school, but I ended up... There was like a corrupt save that fucked it over, so I got sent back like hours upon hours of work right before the due date. And by right before the due date, I mean I had been working on it since the day before and was trying to put it all together in Premiere maybe 2 hours before I had to leave for school. So, yeah. Thing ate shit pretty fucking quick. And I was very upset by it. Alright, so now I have to see if my new idea for stuff is gonna work. But I think it should. But yeah, the film never, like, there's a reason it never got uploaded specifically because of that. But I think I still have it on like a Google Drive somewhere or something. I've definitely shown it before. I almost didn't. Because I was so defeated and because I like had nothing to turn in that day, I told my professor, like, hey, so I'm sorry, but I can't come in today. Not only because I don't have a thing, but because I stayed up all night working on it and I am dead tired. And here's the thing, right, is that my previous professor, this was absolutely my fault. My previous professor actually gave me like a huge pass one time, because I couldn't catch a train. And I told him, I'm like, yo, I know like this is my third absence, you know, I know that like affects my grade. I'm really sorry. It's purely because of train stuff. And he sent me back an email. This is a different professor. He sent me back an email being like, Sid, you are like one of the best. You always pump out great shit. Don't worry, I'm not harming your grade over this. I get it. Trains suck. It's cool. Have a good day off. Like, have a good free day off. Like, I know you're gonna get shit done. And that's when I was working on Bellahan. This other class, I thought I was gonna hopefully get the same because I had always been like really good in class. Nope. My professor then sent me an email being like, hey, if you're not here in class, even with nothing to show, it is going to negatively affect your grade, like so much that you might actually just fail out the class. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I drove to school. That was the first time I've ever drove into Boston. And I hated it. And I showed what I had. And my professor was like, yo, I get it. The important thing is that you showed up. And I went, you know what? You're right. No, you're right. Like, I shouldn't have like expected, not even preferential treatment, but like just different treatment because of my perceived performance. But you know, would have been nice. I did actually miss my other class though. My morning class. I did miss that one. And that one actually never affected my grade, I don't think. I have to move some of these around because they're a little jank. But yeah, that film was called Date Night, actually, and it was Elise and Silica, and they were supposed to be like on a date with each other. But the weird thing is that they're in like a stop motion space, but they're 2D. And they're like, this place is weird. Why is this place weird? And then the table and the chairs that were made out of Play-Doh would start like switching and like changing colors. And then they would like run off, and then they would kind of mush together into like a giant clay monster, and then Elise would fight it and then kill it, and then like it would end, and then it would be like cool, and then it would be them like sitting at a regular table in like a regular 2D section, only for it to be like, thank God that we got out of that weird situation, and then like the table changes again. Let me see if I can find it, actually. I should have it on a drive somewhere. As done. I think I called it as done as done is. Actually, let me see. Ah. Yeah, I don't think that exists anymore. Videos. Damn. Doesn't seem like it. If I find it, I might like post it to the Discord or something, but I don't know where it would be. I might have to move these like all around. Yeah, I'm okay with that one just being the way it is. I think it's okay. Did I spell unconscious right? I hope I did. Those words always fuck with me. Unconscious. What is that? What does that mean? Unconscious. Unconscious. Uncon SCIOUS. Yeah. Totally. I'm a writer. I know what I'm doing. And I've been keeping up. I've only seen the first episode of season 3. So I haven't followed too much. The most that I saw was Spear and the Cricket. I saw a clip of that. Okay, that's good. How am I feeling from it? I don't know, actually. I don't entirely hate it, but I do kind of miss how season 2 felt. I also feel like Spear should have just... I feel like we ended season 2 on a good note. With Spear sacrificing himself and then dying. And then being buried, and then just, I mean, I wasn't crazy about the Mira banging Spear when he's like as he was, but like, you know, crispy dick and all that. But I get it, not really, kind of. But yeah, I mean, like, okay, yeah, I'm down with seeing more. I don't know. I trust Tartakovsky. I trust him. I trust him to make something cool. I just want Spear to rest, man. That's it. That's all I want. Like, Bucko deserves a fucking break. The shoe to drop? Yeah. I also just feel like, how do you put it? The Primal up until obviously season 3. Like, Primal season 1 was very loose. I feel like Primal season 2 started like ramping up an actual story and narrative. And even just like recurring characters. And then now with season 3, it feels kind of the same way, where like there's no like connective tissue besides Spear just kind of wandering around as a zombie. And if anything, that kind of reminds me of the really like the only episode of that series, and probably the only animation I've ever watched that has made me like physically sick. The one with the Brachiosaurus, and it just starts, it gets bitten by the rabid thing, and it starts like melting its flesh and throwing up blood. That shit was scary. That shit was disgusting. I have a really hard time watching things like throw up, or even like the scent of throw up, or thinking about it. I don't want to think about it. Don't want to think about it. So watching that made me actually very sick. Which is cool that it got to do that to me. Not cool that I felt that way. But that's kind of how I feel like what's happened to Spear, is that he's just kind of, you know, he's just a victim of somebody else's, like, not even violence, but just kind of will. And yeah, I don't see Spear going back to normal. And it seems almost like he's kind of, in a sense, immortal until, like, either he's just completely destroyed or something happens. Because he's like tanking hits. He's having like a little gnome creature eat his arm. And even the bones are sticking together. So he's definitely held together by something silly. But I don't know. I feel bad for Spear. He doesn't deserve any of that. Hell, even you know, I think one of the more powerful bits was with, again, the end of season 2, where, you know, in the house he finally like paints his whole story on the wall, and every time he is depicted, he is like removed from everybody else. He's not part of other people's culture. He lost his family. He lost everyone. He was just trying to survive. And I think that ending is really powerful in a sense. Because it's like he sacrifices himself to save everybody else. Like a death spiral? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Oh my god, I am fucking starving. This is either going to go great for my figure or not. I can't tell. I wish my legs just atrophy and I can't walk anymore. That'd be crazy. But. Oh. I'm pretty happy with the pages. Not to focus back on what I want to talk about, but yeah. All right, we've been at it for 9 hours as of 3 minutes from right now. So I do think, sadly, this is where we got to call it a night for tonight. As always, thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me while I draw. Tomorrow, like I said earlier, I don't know if we're going to do a regular stream or not. Depends on when my brother comes by. My brother is visiting tomorrow, and when he leaves, I might be doing an after-hours stream, and if we do an after-hours stream, I'll probably be playing Godbreakers with Badger just to help him out because he's working on a video for the game. And then we'll probably do maybe a page, maybe not. I don't know. And then Tuesday, we have commission stuff for the donation event that happened on December. So if anybody still hasn't sent me their requests, get on it. Doesn't matter how much you donated during that time, as long as you donated during that time, from December 1st all the way to December 30th, you're able to claim a full body commission from yours truly. Hell yeah. Big thanks to Hollowed, who is also in stream, for helping everybody get to that part, which is pretty great. Seriously, Hollowed, you are a fucking legend. The sigh of relief you have consistently given me, and the full confidence that you've consistently given me, oh boy, can't be understated. But with all that being said, thank you guys again for watching tonight, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll see you back here maybe tomorrow. Have a good night.